Welcome back, good friends. I hope this day finds you wonderfully and amazingly in a good spirit from maybe a little left over from the Christmas spirit. Today is a special in the bunker. That's right. Let's see what we got going on here. Well, right now the danger zone is where Cole is, but that will be the overhead view for today's show. Thank you all for showing up. Welcome to the CRT Restoration Marathon of 2023. The year's coming to an end. I don't have much time left. At least not for 2023. Oh, there he is. Going back there. Probably going to go pee on something. He's been in a little bit of a butthead lately. That's our old friend Cole. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Let me just finalize some things. We're in the bunker today. I appreciate you all for being here. And if you could do me a one big favor, and that is to please drop a like on today's stream if you are able. And that will help the algorithm, that will help the people to get notifications that we're live. And look, this is probably going to be a long one. I'm intending for it to be a long one. Now, there's a possibility we get cut short, but when I say short, it's going to be at least one CRT we're going to try to get done. Just in case there's an emergency, we'll stop. But aside from that, above my head right here, above my head that I'm holding up, I've got 3 PVMs, 2 of which are scheduled for restoration and repairs. The one on the top there is Sony PVM, I think it's a 1953 MD, and boy, this thing's got tons of issues. So I've tested it. The one below it right here is a 1341, I believe, or 40, I can't remember. That's actually one that I own, and it's been partially restored, so I still have the deflection board to work on that, but it has had everything else done to it. And finally, but more importantly, we have this lovely thing right here above my microphone side head. And that's the 1353 MD. I think that's where I want to start. Today. So I'm just going to get things ready here. Hello to everybody. Thank you for coming in. Again, what a wonderful day. Wonderful opportunity to come here live. Say hello to everybody. It's been a few weeks. I have been on a trip to the lovely town of New York City, specifically Manhattan, and I did have some fun on that trip. That was a family trip a few days before Christmas, not on Christmas specifically, but I had that. Then I had Christmas here at home, and then actually my family, I sent them off to be with the in-laws. They wanted to go for a trip. And I said, hey, go ahead. I've got too much work really to do. So anyway, I know I saw Mark in here. Mark, I did get your 1405 done yesterday. So that's good news. I've got the file partially put together, but don't sweat it. I mean, I'll get you that file over, around New Year's. I'm not really worried about it. I'm just trying to get caught up. So that one's done, but the ones you saw in the rack are the ones we worked. No, actually, I didn't race. Actually, I didn't have time to go to the MoMA one. Hey, thank you, Southern Coast. How's it going? With the $5 super chat, I do appreciate that today. Yeah, it's been a while, so I did have a chance to go. It was a family trip, so I did family stuff. So I went to my son. He's 12 years old. He's really into basketball. First off, we were in this Manhattan area, and we were able to walk around pretty much from there. So we walked around to Rockefeller Center a lot. So I did actually post an awesome picture of a CRT I found in a boutique at Rockefeller Center. So I will talk about that. I went around to Rockefeller Center and I went inside. I think it was like the NBC Studios end, or where you get to go to the top of the rock or something they call it. And there's this tiny boutique. I can't remember the name of the shop, but it's right next to, I'll remember, the Peak store, which is like the Hello Kitty store, because I have a daughter. So she had to go to the Hello Kitty store. I look right next to it while I'm sitting there outside waiting for her to shop, And in Rockefeller Center, right next to it is this little boutique. I think they were selling shoes and other high-end things. I couldn't go in the shop because there was a sign where the person who owned it or was working was gone for a temporarily time during this, maybe for lunch or something. And so I did snap a picture of me next to this really cool CRT. He did have one working and then a couple others in the shop. And so that was an awesome find. And then I saw something interesting in the Puma store down there in that area, where they had all this advertising in the store about Dexter's Laboratory, a collaboration they've done. And they're using, in this video loop, they're using the completely clear prison CRT as this video showing Dexter's Laboratory, and then it poofs into a shoe or something. And I'm just laughing, thinking there's no kid who was actually using the prison CRT in their house. But it's part of the marketing, so I thought that was pretty interesting. So that's what I've got. Again, here's our lovely rack. Here's our buddy Cole over here in the danger zone. And so as we get in and you help me out with those likes, we'll see how things are going. I want to make sure that, the audio levels are okay. I'm probably going to get in here and turn down the audio a little bit once we get started, because I don't want to be overpowered by that background music. I know you guys love jazz and you probably missed it, but heck, don't worry about it. It'll just be faintly in the background, I hope. So yeah, a nice lovely couple days. My son is really into basketball, so we went to a Knicks versus Nets game in Brooklyn, and boy, that was an experience, trying to go and be an out-of-towner, and we hopped subways, and whew, man, it was funny. I got so stressed out, finally got down there. We barely made it on this train that goes from Grand Central Station, right next to where we were staying, straight to the Barclays Center. And we got down there, and it was 6 o'clock, so we got on the train. Firstly, it's packed. And this is after going through and scanning my card multiple times. Anyway, that all went fine. But the next day we tried to go into Brooklyn again. And man, I took directions and somehow ended up at Central Park at night with my son. And so that was not our intention. So we had to hop back on the subway. And I mean, we were riding around for an hour plus, just lost on it. So that's always a fun thing. And then I went ice skating with the family in Rockefeller Center Plaza, whatever that ice skating rink is, in front of a statue of Prometheus. So that's where we're all at. And that was this was a fun few days. Drove up, drove back. I'd love to go and hang out more in New York. It's a fun place still to go. So anyway, if I'm really going to get some work done, I'm going to need to get started. It's already 12:30. So let me do a couple things here. I'm going to slowly use the sleight of hand to adjust things back, kind of the way I had them before I switched over to the Cole cam, and that's where we'll do it. And that way, because I didn't want you to have to see this arm in my face when we got started today, okay? So I'm going to try to go with the all gray here. Keep all the shadows out of the way. And I just need to flip the video. So we will get it going on, folks. We're going to get in there and we're going to go over to the rack and we're going to check it out. I'm going to do some shout outs to you guys here in a second. So let me roll that mat. Do that. And we'll see how everybody's doing here. All right, Southern Coast, welcome in. Rob Cat, Headland 88, how y'all doing? Ronnie S, thank you for being here. Matthew Reeves, welcome in. Thank you, Glory. Retro. And Stefan, welcome in. Yes, welcome back. James Boone, thank you for coming today. Good to see you back. Chameleon 2606, hello to you. Buried Bits, bunking out is right. Mark, yeah, I saw you here, and I've got your PVM done. I told you that already, but that's all good. So, Tuki Dookie, welcome in. Koala Koa, good to see you. Hope you are having a wonderful day. and are ready for an amazing New Year's. And let's see, Ray Roni, welcome back. Andre, thank you. The Retro Bristolian, welcome in. Giants Orbiting, I don't know why I said it like that, but Dr. Claw, welcome. And Edward, Sneaker Creeper, welcome, man. Andre, thank you all for being here today, and thank you for doing your part of hitting that like button. And now we can get into these amazing CRTs. So what I'm going to first test is, if you want to see what, and cheat and see what the, hey Belmont, welcome back, buddy. If you want to see and cheat what the 19-inch looks like right now, you can go to the Twitter account, X account, and see the post. But let's, oh yeah, awesome, Xbox. Let's go ahead now and power up these CRTs and see what we're looking at. Oh yeah, look at this one. I think this one is worse. Can you see how bad that looks? I don't know if you can really even see from. Nah, you can't see from there. So it's this one's in rough shape too. It's got the red, green, and blue lines in the picture. So we've got vertical blanking issue, and that's on both of them. And it's also got like some vertical fold over there, and where the geometry is really messed up. Hey Daniel, hey Time, Marcos, welcome in. Master Safer, hey buddy. All right, so that's the one we're going to start with, because this will, I mean, this restoration package, which is normal, will fix all these issues. And so if you have a PVM, you turn it on, which is very common with these, that you would see these red, green, and blue lines, and you see some kind of warping on the screen that looks funky, especially around the corners. This is a telltale sign that the caps are bad. Now it's warming up so that some of those issues are starting to get less prevalent, but it's just a sign that these have bad capacitors. And again, this is part of a capacitor kit. I've got it already here. So it's going to be something like this, something similar to this capacitor kit right here. Well, and this is pretty much the whole board. You notice I have some notes here where there are some things I change, modify, because this is every time is a work in progress. There's the back, which is got the cap kit for the power supply. So if you need like copies of this, go to my Patreon page, which is also linked in the description. You can join up, and you can follow the link in the pinned post at Patreon, and you'll get part of our Discord, and you can find all these cap kits, and you can print them off from there under the important links tab on Discord. So that's what we're working with. I've got all my capacitors over here in my shoulder. I've got my tools right here cleaned up, ready to go. And what we're going to do, it's already grown back, you think? Yeah. Thanks, Daniel. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take this thing and we're going to start taking it apart to begin with. So we need to probably go over here. I'll leave the cameras the way they are, and we'll adjust something here in a second once I get this off. Well, here we go. Let's try this for right now. And you can watch me pull this rear off. All right. All right. So there's just 6 chrome screws right there. And then you have 4 in the back. Thank you, Edward. Oh, this guy's taking some damage. I'll show you hopefully closer here, but there's a big break right there. Do you feel like watching CRTs be repaired? Then you're in the right place today. Let the jazz melt you away in your comfort zone. All right, number one. We're finally getting the rear about off here. It's 12:35. Stream's been going for 18 minutes. So I think, that's about 2 minutes of work we've done so far, really. And that's about it. So we're taking that, and we'll see how long this takes. See how long this takes me. This one has a ground cable attached. There we go. To the inside of the shell. Right there. See that? See that? So you got to disconnect it. It's connected up here on the frame. And yeah, it's broken. That plastic is broken, friends. See that? Right there? It's a huge crack. Now, I actually am in possession of a clean, good one of these back, so we'll replace that when we're working on the shell. I don't want to knock my tool over, but that shell's busted right here, and I've got a replacement. That's a 1353, so that will be a good thing to show you. Let me get that out of the way. And now we have access to everything back here. Oh, there's a screw. So that should not have been there. That's weird. So that screw came falling out. Makes me wonder if someone's been in here before. Oh, everything is connected properly. So we can... Which one should we do first? Which board? Which board would you folks like to see done first? Let's start with this power board right here. Why not? Because it's right here. And then we'll do the neck board And we'll finish with our deflection board since it takes the most effort to get out of its house. And we don't have to discharge anything yet. This will have a few daughter boards in it, but primarily, you know, you've got the button board, power supply neck board, input card, main deflection processing board in there with a couple daughter cards in it. So that's primarily the amount of boards you were looking at. I'm taking out the screws. I'll undo that. And undo this. And then we'll lift up on that. Take it out. Disconnect. Okay. Those. Disconnect up here. Okay. So this one does have something that's a little bit of a pain, and I do have to actually take this shield off to get to that one final cable. There's one small cable in here, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that because I won't be able to get the cable undone till I get this off. So pull that screw. And that is like, wow, super stuck. There we go. This is just some crazy plastic rivet deal. All right, do that. Remove this. Come on, there you go. Get that shield out of the way. And there's the last cable, because you can't just pull it out. It's got a cable binding holding it. Ah, yeah, thank you, Daniel. So we got a good audience today, 61 already. Man, imagine what it's going to be like hours from now when we're actually doing something exciting. Now, so if you haven't already, please hit the like button for us. If you want to go on and share it with anything on any platform, that would be awesome too. Power supply removed here. And let's just move this to a stable position like that. All right. That's good. That's good. And let's go over here to the danger zone. And take a look at what we got here. Okay, that's right, Snuffer Stuffer, welcome back. Let me get this out of the way, and yeah, let's do it. Just drop the mouse. Hope nothing bad happened. All right, we're going to get this board out of here, and for that capacitor kit, right? Let's turn that light. There we go. For that capacitor kit, let's look at this. This is documented on there somewhere, but this board, this G board, tends to vary, and I think that's why I've got a couple of renditions here, handwritten, because the last couple ones have varied a little bit. So I'm gonna have to just go through and see. We're gonna remove and replace, well, looks like all of these more than likely. I think I have a filter cap even in this size, and I don't think, let's see, this is thankfully a later model because there's no screws in it, which is good, because there's no reason to have screws in it most of the time. But the early ones really had a lot of screws in it. So Just going to pop this free. It's got a tab here, a tab right here. Stick your finger in there and just push it up top. There's one. Okay, down here there's one. Whoops. And yep, sometimes the plastic is just too old and it will snap on you, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world, but that one did break off. And then there you go. Pretty much it. Right there. Put that down with the shield. Let's get looking at this now. I have to tell you the truth. I have actually seen some sparking with this board here. The last couple times I've worked on it. I'm trying to get rid of that shadow. So bear with me as I set this up in the correct spots here. I think I'm gonna need to do something like that. Yep, that's better. Okay, that's a little bit better. And I'll bring in more light as needed so we can try to work through it like this. Highway to the danger zone. All right, well, let's just get into it and remove capacitors, and we'll see which one of these capacitor kits we're working with. And I don't even care if I have to rewrite the book, right? If I have to rewrite it, that's generally what happens. I get a fresh pen and I write it all over again. In this case, we're going to use a pencil. We're going to go through some lead. Now, this thing's going to be set to one of the lower temperatures, and we're going to do this. Now, I've actually gone through here and had some of these fire off, like zap. Let's see if we can like short any of these capacitors and get an electrical zap. What have I got that's good? A good, nice piece of wire or something. I don't know. That's probably not smart. We'll see. So let's see if we can make anything pop. These are some capacitors over here. You know, you're just gonna ground them together. Ground them together. It's like these big ones down here, like this, right between these two. No. This big one. No. This one. No. Sometimes it only happens when you're not filming, right? But I've had it happen with solder braid or solder wick, where it will jump a spark and really scare the dickens out of you. Some of these other caps can do it too. These big ones. Nothing exciting here, folks. Oh, come on. Something's got to zap today. I'll have to go get old Zappy, the guaranteed zapping CRT, by the end of the stream, if we don't get any zaps. Maybe there's just not enough likes for the zap demons to come off the board. I don't know. What do you think? Anyway, that's pretty much all of them. You just saw me. If you want to do that, like, I know this is not the safest thing. This is a metal and a plastic end, and so, you know, nothing exciting yet. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll just zap while I'm working on it here. Let's start removing the caps. Let's go down here with C618, which might be a 50 volt 10 according to the list on my left. Do you like the sound? Do you like the sound of a solder sucker in the morning? All right. Arise, thumbs. Yes, arise from your grave. This is a 50 volt 10. So that's confirmation on list to my left that we're off to the good start here. 50 volt 10. And that's number one. Let's move on. Now, if you're, if you're not in an expert level, it's okay to go in here and reflow solder before you do this with fresh solder, just to make sure everything, it will flow better if you reflow it first. And the parts tend to come out easier, but it's a marathon. We're trying to get things done here. Right? C619. Booyaka, booyaka! 619, 50 volt 220. 50 volt 220. We are on the path of greatness here, everybody. We are 2 for 2. We got the luck of Rey Mysterio on our side. 616 should be a 50 volt 47. Actually, it's going to be lower than that. That's what we're going to have to do, is we're going to have to trust the cap kit. Trust the cap kit. But it's always great to verify things. You should never just trust the cap kit. Never just trust the cap list. Always verify. And when in doubt, just go with what's on the board. Unless you know somebody did something wrong and you're undoing their bad work. All right. But that's not what we're doing. We're just going back and fixing what Sony did. I bet you a lot of these caps are going to read bad when we test them here in a second. Don't you worry. On this first restoration, we'll do it for you all, folks. 35 volt 47. Now I upgrade this to a 50 volt. No problem. Remember, no problem increasing that voltage, folks. There is no problem increasing that voltage. Take your time, though, while you're doing your work. Give yourself all day if it needed. All right. Now we're going to take some fatties out. Oh, Mark. Well, that depends on my mental and physical health, because I can go too far where I get physically exhausted, and it's not good for me. So I don't know. I mean, most I've ever done in a week might be 6 or 7, just because at that point you're just so tired. Because a full restoration takes time. I'm not planning on doing the whole adjustment phases on camera for all these. I'm getting them back to the point where they're hardware done, and then I'll come back and adjust them, because that's going to be too difficult to do on stream and too boring for everybody. C632, except for like the major adjustments. 632, 632, 632, 16047. Beautiful, beautiful one. That's the right value. Good. I'm just making a tally mark here on my cap list every time I remove something, and it's good and it's the right thing that I've removed. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, everybody. We're gonna take the big one out. And I try not to get burned out, right, too much, but so it can be stressful sometimes. It's not like you can't like it's hard. You can't take like a mental break while you're working on some parts of it. You got to be sharp and kind of focused most of the time. So plus I try to do things, of course, with the channel and social media and stuff to grow the brand. I also want to do some other things. I want to do like classes, but I feel like that's going to be something, again, that I'll talk about more, and like what's going on with the channel. I'm going to do an update video to that. I'm going to do a health update video coming very soon. 25 volts, 1000, 632, 625. Good, good, good. Right on track. All right. 627. And then 623. Let's do both of them. Well, I don't want to actually mess up, and I'm sure that this is going to match at this point. But we're going to take out 627's 50 volt. This is a big one. 50 volt 1000. 629, right? No, 627. Ooh, nope, that's on here too. So there's two 50 volt 1000s. That one right next to it, right? 629, 623. No, that's the one we're on. This should be a 25 volt 330. I may. No, I think I've got that cap. But just in case I don't, we'll keep it, test it, and make sure it's good. If we need to. Oh yeah, Braid Bits, it's cool. Yeah, totally. You guys can use the chat 25330. Perfect. So you guys can use the chat up to your convenience. Talk about whatever amongst yourselves. There's always a good chat going on. But also, this show's perfect for leaving on the background while you're doing something else or working. Got nothing else going on? Let's do it together. Let's hang out together. All right. 636. 636 is a 50 volt 47 right up in here. And then we've got our 50 volt 1000 over here. So let's remove that. That should be 629. 629. Now the factory did do something over in this area because it's nasty. Nasty. Got some flux on it. But this board, when we go through and actually restore it, we're going to reflow solder on all the through hole components also. That's just also part of the cap kit, or the restoration package, is we're going to go and reflow solder on this entire board just to give it extra life, durability. 50 volt 1000, and I want it to last for a long time for this person or whoever ends up getting it. Let's go with 630 and see what this is on the edge. There's 630. This should be 50 volt 10. Let's see. 50 volt 10. And this is an example of a poor capacitor, kind of, that's sandwiched in with a lot of these, I mean, poorer brand, with a lot of these high-end ones that Sony was using. Jamicon. Hey, Jamicon, right? Just, that sounds funny, like it's almost Jamaican. Jamicon. 50 volt 10, 85 degree cap, so not very good. But this capacitor kit is right on the money with all the caps we've pulled so far. Got 3 more small ones over here. We go ahead and get rid of this 636 right in the center. Right in the center there. I'll try to get you a little closer view. And I might increase your lighting a touch. See how that looks. Ooh, that one gave me a fresh fish smell. So this one's probably cooked. This 50 volt 47 is probably a cooked goose because it stunk. 636. That just should leave 2 more, and then our big fatty. 2 more. 633 and 636. Oh. No, 634. 634 and 633. Sorry. Couldn't read it. That one's loose. There we go. 50 volt 220. This is a big old Elna cap. That's right, 634. Right on the money. Ugly Elna cap. A lot of Elna caps here too. Those are the ones that they just didn't hold up as nicely. Rubicons and Nishikons usually do the best, but I've seen even those go kerplunk. Panasonics do well. I'm not like a capacitor snob as long as it's one of the decent brands. And there's plenty of documentation still available. I'm okay with using other brands. I use Worth. It's a good brand. I don't have any problems with them. And this one is 50 volt 100 633. That's our final regular cap, and then I'm gonna pull that big sucker out if we can. 50 volt 100. Pretty generic cap there. The last one's this big one. How we doing out there? How we doing on viewers? How we doing on stuff? We got enough people here? This one's gonna be tough. Might have to go in and hit it with some extra heat. Look how big that is. We're gonna get in here though and try it. Goodness gracious, I mean, we were on here for a long time. Alright, I'm gonna have to turn the heat up. The heat is on. The heat is on. It's on the beat. Yeah, most of these caps are like, these are 85 degree caps. I'm going up to 105 degree caps, and in every situation, every single one. The half of them are like that on this board already, but the other half are not. Now this big one's a filter cap that is a Nishikon, and I've got the heat up more. Let's see if that helps, if I can get any of this molten down in here. Let's try the other side first. Maybe we can do a little magic. So, and it's not going to hurt it to have this heat on here. I mean, it's not even making, it's just absorbing it. I think you're going to get molten though. I think we're going to get there. Ooh, yeah, you hear that breaking free? Not enough though. I'll probably introduce some fresh solder here. Or I will. I'm gonna have to turn it up even more, man. This is the ground plate side. Let's see if we can get anything. Ooh, there we go. We're getting a little molten here. Woo! Alright, that side is broken free. Okay. We'll get down here on this side. It's like riding a bull. Use it like that. Woo! There you go, folks. Slip her on out. There we go. Perfect, right? Lovely. Squeaky, squeaky wheel. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, isn't that what they say? There you go. Clean holes, undamaged. Looking good, right? All right, cool. Let's see what we have here for replacement parts, because the capacitor, what's this one? 560, this Elna. I thought it was something better. 560, 85 degree, 160 volt. C621. Okay. That's right. Squeaky cap does get the hacko. Now, I should be done with my Boy, this thing's got a lot of solder in it right now. I should be done with this thing. I'm going to go ahead and try to clean it a little bit. But until we get to the next... Until we get to the next part, I won't need to remove any capacitors. So, this is still hot. Very hot, actually. I'm leaving it heated up. I'm just going to try to see what I got going on in here. Looks like I'm clogged to all high heaven. Goodness gracious. Definitely clogged. So when you get clogged up like this, holy moly, that's super clogged. Here we go. Ooh. I'm going to take this tip off. I'm going to be careful because this is all very, very hot. Alright, look at that. Ooh, look at how built up all that solder is in there. So I'm going to put my suction chamber back in. See that? That's so much. And you can stick this other one down in there. Okay, there we go. Cleaned it out. I just don't know about this end. Boy, this one's got some junk in it too. Junk in this trunk. I don't know if I can get through it. Oh my word. It's okay. We've got plenty. Of ways to get around it. We can. It's trying to get through there. There's something stuck in my tip. Man, it's definitely not letting me push this cleaning rod through. You gotta be careful because if my hand slips, it'll hit that tip and it'll burn me. Hot diggity. Because this end's all good. This is literally an issue with this tip becoming clogged. So let's try one thing where I'm going to try to add some solder to this tip and let's see what happens. It's sucking it through, but just barely. So sometimes you can stick that in there. Ugh. Try one more. I'm gonna stick it. Try to punch it through. If not, we'll have to get another either tip or something. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. Fucking thing. Pardon my language, but that piece of trash just is... That's what happens sometimes. These tips are trash. They don't last forever. And that one is definitely garbage. So I've got some others. I knew it was giving me some trouble. Man, some of these just look awful. These are other ones. Let's see. This won't even fit. Like, this is... I know people love... Here we go. This one's getting cleaned up. Alright, this is a good tip. Now this thing's gonna be hotter than a firecracker, so. See, there's a very small lip in here that's supposed to slip over that. Now that's going to be very hot, so I have to do it quickly like that. And not burn my hand. I didn't burn it, so don't worry. That's going to be okay. Now, get that old tip off there. Without actually touching it. You guys just watched me almost burn everything up, my hand, but I didn't do anything. Look at that. That's what we need. A nice clean tip. So good, baby. We're ready for the next job on this one. As soon as we clean out the chamber. Now we're going to turn it off, though. And let it cool. Let it cool down, folks. Let's see what we got. Nice hunk of old solder there. Like a glove. Alright, all that should be good. Everything in there is good. I just changed this ceramic filter last night after the last job, so it's ready to go. And I'll set this on the ground away from everything so it can cool off. And it'll be ready to go for the neck board, because we will have to remove a couple parts on that board also. And that's what's going on. All right. Cool. Just making sure everything's going good. Our stream's still up. If you haven't already, please, folks, hit the like button for us so that we can maybe get through this next portion without having an error happen. Now, again, when I normally go through, I'm going to do this in the first one, but I'm not going to probably do this on the next ones. I'm not going to test all the capacitors after I remove them. But I will the first time. That over there. So, it's all good. Let's do it. I need to see first if I have a replacement for this one. More importantly than all of them, probably. And what's the other one? There's another crazy valued one. Here, this will hold it. I also have, there was another off value. 25,330. Let's see if I can find those. Alright, I got an upgrade here available. I've got a 5330 from Nishikon. And then the other one is 16560. 160, not 560. Oh man, no, I have that 16560. Definitely don't. Let's see. Oh. Wow. don't have 160 560, but I've got 200 560. So I actually have some. There you go. Hey, Amos. Good to see you today. Yeah, I do have some replacements here. Let's just go ahead and install those first. Before I do that, we can test, while the tools get ready, we can test the old capacitor. And then clean a little bit on that board. So let's see what kind of readings we get on these old caps, folks. This is what people always want to see, right? Now this tester I'm using is supposed to be able to test circuit while they're in circuit caps, so you don't have to do it like this. It's just, to me, it makes more sense if I'm removing them anyway. I just test them out of circuit. I probably could use a better tool. It's just this one's handy right now, and it's going to give us a pretty decent reading. So the red is positive, black is negative, and this is a 330 microfarad capacitor, and it's reading, should get a low reading on this, which means it's good. If it's a 0.1, it's good. So if you had to go back and use that, that's not a problem cap. It's usually the smaller ones. Let's try the same test on this one. It's a little bit wider. Again, low ESR. These caps are still really more than likely good. This is the GME ESR meter. All these are reading really low. That's 1,000. Let's see this other 1,000. Ooh. So this one's reading up to 0.5, which at 1,000 microfarads, that's a bad rating. That's a red. That's how you use this. It gives you a scale, and it's red. So this one's actually bad. But the monitor still would power on, but that one cap is bad. This is a 47. All right, this is 160 volt 47 microfarad capacitor. It's up here. Here's the 47 range. It's in the yellowish, so it's suspicious. It's about to move into red, so that's pretty much bad. Let's see what this one reads at. This one's a 50 volt 100. 100, and this is in the red. Red right here. Definitely bad. Or high ESR, you know, not really going to be in spec. This one is, again, it's 220, so it needs to be low. It's up here in the red. Bad. 220 bad. All these other bigger or smaller caps are starting to, you can see a pattern here. They're starting to read bad. There's another. It's a 25 volt 1000, definitely bad. 2 ohms. That's really high for that on ESR meter. And let's see. This one is a 220 again. Still 0.7 bad. Anyway, you get the idea. So if you're going through and you're like servicing this, you don't always have to change the huge caps, because those big filter caps tend to last 2 to 3 times longer than everything else. 2.0 for the Jammy Con 10 UF. That's actually still green, but barely. But it's close enough to be suspicious. It's 1 off. And that one's bad. 3.0 for 47. That is bad. This is another 10 microfarad. 4.0 for 10 microfarad. That's high. 2.5 for 47. That is suspicious, almost red. So basically all these other capacitors, all, let's say, all these right here, red bad. Okay, Ti-Fi, welcome. JQ's, hey. Okay. So that's it. Okay. So let's see here. Let's see if this reads anything. Yeah, see, the replacements are just reading low anyway. These are the ones that 0.1. but these are the high microfarad ones. So these are, so you can see it, these are reading low. Replacements are reading on the 0.1. There you go. Now replacements will read higher also. That's why you have this range right here. That's why when you look at this graph or this tool, it has this range, because you're allowed to have a higher ESR. Alright. Let's move that from the playfield for a while. I'm going to go ahead and install these two since they're here. Everything's good. Got my snip. Got my board. And actually, I'm supposed to be taking pictures of all this because I forgot. And we need to do that for the owner of this. So excuse me for a second while I snip some photographs of the board being serviced, because that's a service. That's a part of the service. I could say, hey, you know, your stuff was featured on this live stream, but I don't want to forget what I've supposed to be doing. All right. Excellent. Yeah, it definitely is, considering also that this PVM is from... Oh, I can't read from here. Let me see. This PVM's from 1996, so it's, you know, pushing 28 years. 28 years. So it's really a miracle that these are still that good kind of after 28 years. And that some of them probably would be fine another 20, 25 years. These guys, this probably would be fine. There you go. Now let's get back to our cap business, since I've got the pictures taken. The big one is right in the center. This can't be higher than this heatsink. That's the only issue. So I may have to improvise a little bit. No, it's going to be right on. The heatsink will not be too tall. Okay. I don't mind if it leans a little bit though. Well, the heatsink will fit fine like that. And that's 621 right in there. This is a better cap, higher tolerance to heat, higher voltage, lower ESR, or lower yeah. There we go. Now we'll snip off those ends and add some good amount of solder here. There we go. There we go. Hey. How you doing, Jeff? Good to see you. There's our first one. The other one that was bigger is C623, which is right next to it. That's 632. This is 623. 632 is a different one. 623 is right here. Ooh, there we go. It's a little bit bigger. And just fell out. A little bit bigger, just fell out. Weld these legs in here in my wild welding style. Solder. Now we got 623 in here. Let's there we go. Touch it up. It's beautiful. Look at those two. We'll clean it up. That's all you see there is the flux residue from the solder, rosin core solder. There we go. All right. So again, make sure when you come in here and you're double checking your work, make sure you got the right caps in the right spot and that their polarity is also correct. So man, Cole came in snoring now. Let's get the rest of the capacitors. All right, my capacitor kit bin here. And let's get going. Let's get rolling. Why don't we go with these big ones, 50 volt 1000s. Let's see if we can find those. There's one. It's a Nishikon. What's the other 50 volt? How many of those are there? There's two. And these are going to be the expensive caps. You start buying these kind of caps and they get anywhere from $3, $4 up to like $6 or $8, depending on all the different stuff you decide to, you know, buy into. Especially when you get into the better brands and the ones that are more available. 629 and 629 and 627. So 629 is right here and 627 is over here. Let's get this one out of the way, the one that's right next to that one. Well, so buried bits, you know, there are things, but it's mostly solder because that's the things that's mechanically breaking down. So that's why I go through and solder stuff. I go through and check solder integrity. I go through and check old welds or soldered points, whatever you want to call them. And then as far as like if something's working fine, then you can visually inspect something. But if a part isn't burnt out, then there's really no, you know, a lot of these are not, don't have like a life cycle similar to a, they will have a life cycle, but not similar to a capacitor. Capacitor is the shortest life cycle of these kind of components, and the electrolytic ones to be specific, because the solid ones, they can go bad too, but that's more of a troubleshooting issue. Okay, that's more of like the monitor shows issues for routine maintenance. I just have my own kind of package that I offer. You could go do as much as you wanted. You could take those meters, you could take tools and test every part that you want on these boards. Almost you could test with a tool, and so it's really whatever you personally, it's like if you go and you get an old car, you're a car guy, you go buy an old vehicle that's like a classic, are you going to sit there and test every single component with a tool to make sure it's still okay? Okay, it's fine. It's just, you know, you'd have to be like, I would offer that, but then, you know, you're talking about somebody investing 2 to 3 times probably what the monitor would be worth at this time. And this kind of work we're doing right here will make this go another 20 years, which is good enough, I think. And then after that, you bring it back in and maybe just do this again, and it keeps going and going and going, and then maybe 4 or 5 cycles of that, maybe something starts to burn out as far as resistors, diodes, things like that. Let me make sure I got the solder done on both these 627 and 9. 627's looking good. So 629. All right, let's keep going. That's our 50 volts. Got 629, 621, 623, and 627. All changed. 25 volt 1000s. Volts. So I have 16 volt 220s. That's not good. These are the 25 volt 1000s, I believe. Yeah, I got a red one here. Well, yeah, of course. So that's like I was saying. If I go through, something won't wobble if you reflow solder on it. That's going to prevent all that. So, like, I mean, maybe like a heat sink would wobble or something, but that doesn't matter. That's not going to affect performance. 625. Cap 625. There we go. 625 is 1000. I'm going to put a couple extra ones in here before I actually close it off. We got this one up top, 160 volt 47. And when we do this one, 636. Kind of like that whole bunch there. That's a 50 volt 47. I know we got another one of those. So get it out. And there you go, right in there. All right. Get you a little better view if I can get something to hold the board. Then I'll just solder upside down, right? Who cares? I can do it. Get you some light, maybe that'll help. Some folks paint, some folks mold clay, and some folks burn metal. Whatever the medium, it's all an art form. solder like this either. You may find that some other method of parts installation and soldering works for you. And heck, sometimes I change it up and do things differently. I don't always do the stuff the same every single time. There we go. Morning, Keith. How you doing? There we go. Everything looking good so far. We've got streams going good. At least that's what the OBS report's telling me as far as bandwidth. All right. I've got a 50 volt 47 that's over here. I've got two sections left. I've got 3 over here and 3 down here. So let's see. We've got the 50 volt 47. We need a 5010 and a 5220. There's a 5010. This should be a 5220. Big old 5220 right there. And these are going over here in this area, 619. This is the Rey Mysterio cap. And this one is 5047. And 618 is 50 volt 10. Mine, oh mine. Man. Oh, I'm off the screen. I apologize. Things like that can happen. Things can happen. Things happen. It's all right. Everything's good. There we go. Got that section of goodness right there. Right up in there. Right up in there. Right up in here. Have you guys been thinking about your goals for next year, right? I mean, does it seem silly to be 40 and still thinking about goals for New Year's? I don't know. Sometimes it seems silly, sometimes not. Hello, Varactor. So whatever you may feel like is your goal, I hope you achieve it. I hope this is the year. For me, I'm gonna finally continue on and get in the best shape of my life physically. And I need to do some things to help my mental health a bit too. Because I'm not gonna lie, this year's been trying. There's been a lot of things going on that I think that, you know, as men in society, we get a lot of pressure put on us for things that, I don't know. You know, you got to take care of yourself too. as well as bear the brunt of a lot of responsibilities. And otherwise things happen. Like you lose sight of what you're doing, you lose sight of everything, and you end up working just too hard, or whatever, working not hard enough, or whatever. The world can be, and people react differently to it. But for me, I was reacting to criticism and stress at this time last year by working like harder than ever, like working harder than anytime I'd ever worked in my entire life, and just going through and working as hard as I could with the business. And it put me to the point where I got myself sick and then ended up in the hospital, you know. And that changed me a lot on realizing cues from my own body, but also realizing just how important getting yourself emotionally right can be, and, you know, mentally, you know. That sucks, Pask. Sorry to hear that, man. All right. We've got a 50 volt 100 here. That's going 633, and then 634. And we'll have the last one on 634, and then we'll go through and reflow all the solder on the board. Except for the points that we've already done, which are these new capacitors. There we go. One more to go, 634. 50 volt 220. Nose is itching today. Here we go. All right. Let's take a second. Don't need the capacitors anymore. For now, let's review. And what I'm going to do is just quickly check the capacitors and make sure they're all good as far as polarity, the right caps are in there, etc., and everything looks good from that end. And all the solder looks good from this end. Actually, there's a couple up here. It looks like I didn't reflow. Now that beep, don't worry, that beep's not your TV. That beep is my soldering iron indicating that it's warmed up. Alright, everything's good. The cap kit's done. Now we can move on to the solder reflow. And I'm going to go through some things you're not as concerned about. I mean, these are connection points, but you don't want to hit it too hard or too long with the heat, because you'll melt the plastic and you'll cause them to shift, the actual connections, and you don't want to do that. So kind of alternate between parts. can see how I went, because if I hit them both with heat at the same time, the piece could actually fall out of the board if the whole thing is hot. And the molten solid, or the molten solder's not hardened yet. Okay. Get that relay. Let's keep it to this side of the white line for now. Isn't it funny how solder means just attracted to your face? That's why you gotta use a fan most of the time, and I use a fan most of the time. It's not even the solder, it's the rosin core, you know, evaporating, and that's what's left on the board, is that residue. But we need it. Flux residue is what it all is. Evaporating flux residue. And I also don't do every point. If there's not an actual component in the point, then it's pointless to, literally, pointless to solder to it. I'm also not concerned with some of the points that are like holding into place the heat sinks. There's not actually voltage passed through, unless it specifically looks bad on most of those things. Again, I really won't be concerned though with most of that. Even some of these are bracing points that I normally would. Lovely day to sit here and hang out and solder, isn't it? What a great way to finish out 2023. In the bunker. So when the next couple weeks coming up, I do plan on doing a shop tour video for 2024, obviously, considering 2023 is dead, almost. Not dead, over, just about. And so look for that. That should be fun. Show you a lot of the things that are in here, because there's a lot of huge CRTs in here right now, and a lot of things going on. And then I'm gonna do an update on my kind of health situation, which is not something I normally talk about. I think it's been a year. Well, it will be by February. And I thought I'd do an update as to what things have been like for me over the last year, and just do that, because I believe it or not, a lot of people still come up to me and ask me a lot of questions about it. A lot of people still watch those old videos showing me talking about health problem like that, and so I feel like if my story can be helpful in any way to somebody, then I'm fine. Plus, it's for some reason the most popular video I've ever made as far as views, and there was no special editing or anything in it, obviously. It was just me sitting there talking. But shop tour should be a lot more fun. Anybody looking for that kind of a thing? This is a transformer right here. And this is one of those items that can make noise and break down. Some people are asking about stuff that can cause trouble, that you might have to replace transformers and something like that. Inductor coils, those can break down, but those will cause a problem or a noise before, you know, it just fails. It will, or you'll be able to tell something's not right with the CRT. Look at that bubbling. Whoa, it's popping. Oh yeah, yeah. I need to do more of that stuff. I haven't done anything of both sides of this place because, I mean, I've been here for a while now, but there's so much stuff I wanted to do showing off this retro house I live in, and I never really got around to it yet. It's like, well, what point do you say, okay, am I ever going to do that? Because it's been now 3 years since I've moved. Oh yeah, that's a sparker right there. Look at that. It's like farting. Solder fart. Solder's bubbling and farting on some of these. That's crazy. I don't know if you can hear that. Probably can't. But it sounds like gas. That's wild. It's just a bunch of resistors. Diodes, I mean. A two-parter. Actually, what I want to do is show everything. I'm going to show the garage area. I'm going to show the storage area, the storage unit. I'm going to go to it all. It's going to be a long tour. But I'll do it like once every year. Because I did do a shop tour last year. That's how I started off last year. So why not start off this year with a shop tour also? Alright, so we've gotten everything on this side of the white line. Over from here all the way up to there. Now we can get this whole area right in here. Right, see, I'll go from bottom to top. This is another transformer. Don't do me like that. How's the music? Have we heard anything tacky yet? Sometimes Christmas songs get passed in there. That's the same thing with me, Belmont. Those are the two test ones I do all the time. The thing about that people don't know about the reason I use the Metroid so much is there's a lot of there's a lot going on in just the entrance video, just like the teaser video when you start that game, and most of it's dark, and so if you turn the lights out, it photographs excellently or really well. You could really take good pictures of that game. And it's not, you try to think of a different game, but then you try to, oh, well, you can't you have to play the game. Sometimes it is bad, just startup screen. And so it's not helpful. And then, of course, the only one I actually play most of the time is the 240p test suite. Like, I really enjoy playing, Mario Kart and stuff like that on the original Super Nintendo. And it's not like you can't really photograph that. Nothing ever comes out that great of that. And, another one that's fun is to photograph from the Super Nintendo. Let's see. I would say Super Punch Out. That one's a good one. What do you guys think? Any games you like to do? Yeah, plus you get Mode 7. 240p test suite is awesome, though. That's the one you play. Let's get rid of some of this extra. And this mini solder braid. I accidentally ordered the thinnest solder braid, size 1. I accidentally ordered size 1. Look at that. Terrible. The tiniest solder braid. But it helps me clean up stuff. I've been trying to find more old media, to watch on CRTs, because I have a hard time even picking games to play anymore. So I'm like, well, I'll just watch something while I think about it. Last night I busted out The Untouchables. It's one of my favorites. It's kind of silly, and like as I get older, I realize it's a little bit silly of a movie. Some of it is, but I really spent so many years loving that movie. It's just back in the day, it was really great. The Untouchables, the story of Alphonse Capone. Yeah, that just helps me clean up places where I get too much solder and doesn't look good. So much easier using that solder braid on some of these boards than even the FR300, especially when you're just touching things up like this. It's handy. Plus it gets you experience, right? With solder braid or wick. I don't know why I keep calling it braid. So how we doing? What's our time on? I mean, we're only on the first stinking board on the first stinking monitor. We're up to an hour and a half. Yeah, that's about right. I have been going really slow. We're going to take it a little faster on the next board. Oh, I almost made a boo-boo. Yeah. There we go. Almost heated up to those legs to the point where that part was going to fall through. Alright, that's everything in the primary. Now we're going to go over here and flow into the secondary area. Secondary area of the power supply, which is this smaller area. We'll just leave it all on the screen here. I've made videos in the past. If you have an issue where your PVM won't power on, this is one of the first things to check, is this power board, right? Then I'd probably move on to the neck board and just check for cold solder joints, because at this point that happens so much, and that can cause the CRT to not turn on. So I try to devise what's actually happening, but you can test the output voltage from this this board right at this point right here with just a meter, and I've shown how to do that. And then if you have an issue with that, you can track it back to probably a capacitor or one of the ICs. Transistors is probably blown out, which actually happens too. Then you just replace the caps and the transistor slash IC, and you have power again, or voltage regulators. There's those in there too, but there's a lot of those kind of ICs. That's what they're listed on the board as, and those will go out and cause issues. All right. Let's continue on. This is again a connection point. And the reason I'm reflowing these connection points isn't so much obviously heat, it's because of stress from me pulling that cable in and out. Everything's good over in this area. Making sure I didn't miss anything important. So like these ICs, these little voltage regulators, one of those will pop. You won't have 15 volts, you won't have 5 volts. Something will be off on the DC power. That's all nasty. That was done before I was here. That bit of free flow. All good, all gravy. Let's go over here so I don't miss anything down in here. We'll just scoot through the bottoms. Hey, PO17. I saw where you got a new PVM. That's pretty good. Right? Everything going right with that one? Yeah, I'm going to take a break in 1 minute just to answer this message. About my son. He wants to come over. Wants to come back home. He's been at his buddy's house hanging out for a few days, and his buddy wants to come over here. And I don't care if they do. I don't care. Oh yeah, and if you don't have power too, it's smart to check the fuses to see if one of those has blown for some reason. Which a voltage surge can blow these fuses. And sometimes they're glass, so you can pretty easily visually check them, but you can always check them with a multimeter. And sometimes they are not glass, not on this board, but other boards will have solid surface or mounted through hole fuses. I've literally bought PBMs that were like $50 years and years ago, and it was just a fuse. So you get it, change the fuse, starts working again. Getting about sick of this stuff. Good thing we're on the last bit. Of reflow here. Alright. Everything. Yes, 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 yes. Up to the top. And let's do it. Let's finish this. Let's finish this. There we go. Now it's a simple matter of cleaning it. That's it. Let me see. All right. All right, great. Let's clean this board up. Fully recapped G-board, fully solder reflowed, and it's been an hour and a half. It's pretty slow, but yeah, I know when you're doing it like this, that's a slow, steady pace. Now let me get my cleaning gear. Clean this thing. Oh, thank you, P.O. It's awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you need some stuff I know you're working on that thing. I've got a bunch of resources on those 8-inch PVMs. There's a lot of issues, and you can go through and do a lot of work on them, get them really nice. So, kind of stuff that needs to be done to them. And that's actually something that's a good example of things that have to be done more than caps. Most of the time it's cap stuff, but the 40s or those 8 series, they do need a lot of things else, like, you know, solder reflow, but also they've got variable capacitor potentiometers that are on there that affect the color on NTSC and PAL and composite video and S video, and you've really got to service them. Change those little pots also. Yeah, look at that. It's looking good in the neighborhood. And I don't like to use tons and tons and tons of alcohol on my board when I don't have to. But see how nice that comes out and clean? I mean, you just saw what I did. Didn't take a lot of effort. Didn't take a complete soaking in. Isopropyl, just actually like that much. And sometimes you do have to do this multiple times, but thankfully this one's not too bad. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. Now down at the bottom. I also don't like to waste a lot of paper towels, and that's why I use old beach towels. But I'll warn you, don't ever wash your beach towels with your clothes after you clean them. You can use a bunch of chemicals. Even if it's just isopropyl alcohol, it can have a funny effect on the other clothing if you wash it all together. This is, and I wish I had more of it. This literally all I have left is about a quarter bottle of this, 91%, and I wish I had higher. Obviously a higher content. 99 would be ideal. But 91 is almost just as good. Almost. Take this other brush, kind of brush over the board again. And then I'm going to take some more pictures of it. That's it. It should be good. Look at that. Yes. That's what you want to see, right? Look at that. Nice looking board. All the components It's in there looking good. Excellent. Well, that's another thing. There's like, yeah, I know that's what I need to do, Belmont. I always forget. I need to order bulk off Amazon. So, yeah, a lot of times you'll get in here and you'll start cleaning stuff, and then it'll start revealing more dirt that's on there, and you end up cleaning a long time. This will reactivate a lot of that. If your board's heavy on it, then be prepared to clean more. But this one didn't have a lot of that stuff on it, so you can tell I didn't have to do a ton of cleaning. I try not to add a bunch of extra on my own either. That's why I don't use, I mean, whatever you do to introduce more flux and stuff, it's just more stuff you have to clean also. So anyway, this one's looking good. Let me take some pictures of it, and then we could probably test it. And there we go. Now I can put it back in this. I'm gonna blow and brush this off. This bracket. Let's use an old paintbrush. Let's get a lot of that settled dust and dirt out of the crevices. Folks, if you have just joined us, you're in the heat of the battle. We are conquering every CRT we see in sight. And we are on a Sony PVM 1353MD. And if you love CRTs, then make sure you smash the like button for us so that more people will know where to go today and what to watch on this fine Friday afternoon. All right. There we go. Let's... Oh! There's one thing I might have forgotten to put over here, and that's my air blower. Let me see. Man, strong. Got a strong audience today. Over 60 people hanging out. Good stuff. Blow up. All right. Now, let's get this back in the bracket. So this is going to go down like that. We need to have this up top. Yes, just like that. All right. Still got some actual fluids. Fluids around the bottom. So I'm going to put that in the drying tunnel. We're going to relax here for a second. We're going to put that in the drying tunnel. Oh man, yeah. Somebody's got to. I think at this point, we're like not going to be, and it's fine. This isn't the kind of content that is going to be mainstream anything really, probably ever. CRT restorations. That's okay. We got our underground club. Can hang out, fix stuff. So I've just taken it over to my high-powered fan, and I'm just blowing off any remaining liquid that's on there from the alcohol. It'll help it evaporate super quick. Get a glass of water here, and then we'll put it back in here, and then we'll power test it, and I think it's going to be fine. But we'll do that, and then we'll move on to the neck board, because I can see that neck board's nasty. That should be good. Let's go see. Good. Everything's dry now. Perfect. And I need to turn that fan off. Since I forgot to do that, I'll go do that, but that should be... It sits in there like that. Snaps into place. And there we have it. And now we can't put that shield. Can't put that shield on here because we have to connect this wire and this wire for a test. Oh, excuse me. So let's move over. Let's move back over this way. Plug it back in. Rotate over. And give her the old test run for fun. So it doesn't really matter how I plug these cables in here as long as they're plugged in. I don't have to worry about them perfectly being routed, because I'm going to need to put the shielding back on there anyway at some point. And we've got button, got a big gauzer, power in, and that's everything. Look at how easy it is to connect this. Time to test the CRT. Now we're not going to have any change to our geometry problems or our other issues you saw with the blanking, vertical blanking lines that were showing up. We've not addressed that issue yet. We've only addressed the issues with the power board, which probably wouldn't show anything visually unless we saw some type of breathing pattern happening on the screen. And I'm just taking a second to clean up some stuff. Here we go. Test. All right. Let's do it. Let's see. All right, here we go. We have power. Let's see if we have an image. Oh, we do. Yes, with our same problems. I don't know. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. You may be able to see it better. Look at that. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. My camera just finagled on me. That should show you something there though. See how we've got, if I just pull up. We got red, green, and blue lines here. These are the vertical blanking lines we're gonna fix still. And then check out this big curve here. Well, it's hard to see, but there's a big curve on both sides here. And it's starting to move as it heats up. See how it's doing that? See that? That's because the caps are warming up and starting to fix the vertical pin. Woo! Alright, enough. Enough. It works. It's fine. The power supply is good. Enough torture. Enough torturing us. This poor soul. Alright. About this sweet shirt I got here, huh? Alright. Next we're going to move on to the neck board. Okay? So, strap in. Neck board time. Kids are on their way. So we may have to take a break. Just a temporary break when the kids get here. But that's one board down. We got two more to go. Now the neck board is just going to come out. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Sorry to keep you in suspense. Here's the neck board. And it's got like the spacer just came off with it. Let me show you what I mean. Thank you for the compliment, Body Blow Biscuit Butter. Here is what I'm talking about. This. There we go. I'm gonna go put this back on the CRT. That's the little spacer. And then we'll service this thing. Ooh, ow. Oh, huh. Man. Woo! That didn't feel good. Yeah, so this thing is why you gotta get your tetanus shot, I guess, right? Because, oh, I always get poked by stuff like these old, this slipped in my hand and this old resistor just poked right in my finger. See those resistor ends? They're so long on these stupid neck boards, too. So the big concern on this neck board is not, oh, that cap does not look good, but there's two caps on here. There's one right here. And there's one right here, so we'll change those. But it's the same thing. Solder, 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 solder integrity. Especially, look at this. I mean, you can already see where it looks like garbage. Let me get something to point it out. Look how it's starting to get real bad up here. Focus, focus, girlfriend. Look at this. Like, that's gonna go. And when those go G1, when something goes like that, that's going to cause major issues. That's what the big issue here is on this board, is that solder. Get you out of the zone where you'll only see that. We'll also remove this so we can get in there and reflow the solder. Of course, that broke. That's always broken every single time. It's just a safety box, but I wish it would never fall apart. It always breaks, though. It's just old plastic. So, I don't know that it's going to be possible to remove with solder braid, because this braid is so tiny. Maybe I could remove these two caps with the solder braid. Solder, 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 cedar, solder. Twitter, X, Twitter, tomato, tomato. Let's call the whole thing off. You say tomato and I say solder. I just don't see this as being enough. This is for like super tiny stuff. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Can we get it? Can we get it? Yes, we got. We're about to get this one. We're about to get this one with this tiny solder wick. It's so small. It doesn't want to suck up any solder. That's fun. So I might just pull this guy. Since I've got one leg free, if I just pull out that second leg, and then they're both out right there. And actually, I was able to get the majority of that solder out. Let's go ahead and see if we can clean that. Go ahead and see if we can clean that off. There we go. Look at that. How great. How great is that? We just use that size 1. That's the tiniest solder. That's the tiniest little. Look, this is called the solder wick. The solder wick. Everybody's saying solder. Why is it called solder wick? Why is it called solder wick? Is it solder wick? Am I saying it wrong? That took so long to pull that little 16 volt 100 microfarad capacitor, but it was just so worth it. So let's see. If we look at the list, let's make sure we record this. I know it's on here. 705 is a 16 volt 100 microfarad. This is one we're going to upgrade again. C713. Let's surprise ourselves. I'm going to bet that it's a 250 4.7 microfarad, maybe 250 10. I'd rather it be a 10, but because I have more of those, I believe, in stock, but I have both caps actually here, so I'm not too concerned. Ooh, this one's got not much solder on it. Ooh, 250 4.7. All right, we got one leg broken free right there. Let's see if we can get that other one. I want to break free. I want to break free. Here we go, baby, break free. Got a lot of solder built up on this tiny little needle. I just thought I was getting a good deal because I was like, this one's twice as long as the one I just bought, or 3 times as long. Oh yeah, it makes sense. It's because it's a size 1. I'm glad I didn't buy a bulk of them. Of course, that's the problem when you buy certain things, like from suppliers, and you're like, I think I've read all the fine print on here, right? And then you're like, oh crap, I didn't read every bit of fine print on there. All right, I'm just reflowing so that I can come in here, heat this leg up, and I'm just gonna pull this thing like that, and then I'll come back and clean this. And I want to break free. Oh, look at that. There we go. So now our holes are good and cleaned up. That's just some flux around there because those are covered in flux also. Now we'll replace those 2 capacitors and then get to the solder reflow. Gotta take some pictures first, so I don't forget that. This is another day working. Just another day. Here we go. $250 4.7. I'm gonna upgrade this to a 25 volt 100 microfarad. And we're back to soldering or soldering. Solder. Never heard a good song about solder. Sounds like a good country song, something about soldering, right? She soldered her way right back into my heart. I don't know, something stupid like that. And that's it. That's all you gotta do for that cap replacement. There we go. Now I'm gonna go through and reflow solder on this board. Gosh, look at all these points though. So this one does take a little time. So just strap in and relax. And I'm gonna take a second to do this right. And you'll see a lot of points with bad looking solder on this board. This board gets hot, it's small, and the solder wears out on it. Ooh, Cole is sleeping now, right behind the CRT. Yeah, there's a lot of spots you'll just notice start to develop what looks to be a impending cold solder joint on these boards. Very much so. So I haven't tallied it up yet, but I'm not sure how many CRTs I restored this year, but it was a lot. Probably, I don't know, it's not the most. I think the most would have been the year before, but it's pretty close. So I had some big jobs come through that were full recaps this year of CRTs, like the FW900 and the D20. I had a couple of those that had to be, and then the Bang & Olufsen. Those ones were mostly 100% recapped for the most part. So those take more time than just something like this does. This take a lot more time. Like that Bang & Olufsen was a nightmare for the most part. It had so many boards in it. Alright, probably just do that. Sometimes those points get a little too close, and that's when this is handy. Just get a little bit of that solder out of the way. Get too much. This is going to add so much life, though, to this CRT. And it's in dire need of some TLC, right? You saw it. But we can do it. We can rebuild it. We can make it stronger. With better technology from the 21st century. We can do our part to save the CRTs for the next generation. Of analog video enthusiasts. There we go. Did you ever think you would be sitting around watching this, right? Isn't YouTube a wonderful place? Still. Where else could you go for action like this? Nowhere, that's where our... See it flow. I need to get you guys a better camera so I can, or me a better camera for you. Something that can go real close and look at this stuff nicely. Much better than what you're seeing now. Alright, I got a bit over excited on that one. Goodness, this one's not wanting to close up on me. There we go. You're like, why do I keep watching Steve? But I can't stop. Alright, we got this section done up here. Got the neck, socket. Go through and do some of this. Let's see, maybe I can get you in here better. Who could get you a little bit closer to the action? If my board would stop moving. Goodness, will you stop moving, board? It's like a jumping PCB. Hey, Dell. Merry Christmas. Hey, I got your package. I've been waiting for you to show up so I could open it. Live on the air. Happy New Year. Merry New Year. Happy Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Let the merry bells keep ringing. Happy holidays to you. And that's it. You just heard the latest singing of a Christmas song, because all other Christmas songs and holiday songs have come to an end. The day after Christmas, the radios stop playing them till next November. Till November. Till next year, friends. So maybe, Dal, once I get done with this stuff, we can open up your gift. I can kind of guess what it is, which is going to be great. If it is what I think it is. But either way, it's going to be great. Woo! How exciting! We got it! We got it like 60% reflowed, yeah! Solder. Gross, nothing makes me more disgusted than old, nasty solder that is gonna oxidize and break down and cause an open circuit. I hate it. I hate it. It will not happen to me. It will not happen to this CRT today. We are gonna do it all, folks, to prevent that outcome. There's nothing I hate more than old, nasty, unleaded solder. Don't give me that lead-free crap. I don't want it. I love the fumes. I love the smell. I just love the smell of burning flux in the morning. Hello, hello. People definitely have me on the background today. I can tell. I'm the background noise today. That's okay, because I can't really pay attention to the chat when I'm looking at the solder. When I'm looking in the solder zone over here. That's all right. We're gonna be finishing up this beautiful. Oh man, I almost did it there. Stupid diode. Almost pushed it right through. There we go. There we go. Save the day. Save the diode. Save the day. All this. Good. Goody. We're almost there. Just got like this little area. Yeah, why don't they teach soldering in school, right? Think about how much better people would be better off people would be if they knew, or at least had it like one class, introduction to electronics or something. They knew a little bit about it, or at least they had like a chance to try it, see if it's something that they liked without having to invest in the tools. You'd also have some experienced help there to teach you, warn you about the safety, things you need to know, but it's needed. Get the solder back in schools. Get soldering back in schools, baby. Okay? The kids need to know how to solder. One of the fundamental skills in life. If I didn't know how to solder, I'd be doing an entirely different career path. Retro Tech University sign up starting 2024. The Soldering Academy, Soldering 101. The master class would be, or the graduate level class would have to be taught by Voltar. There we go. I believe that's every bit. Thank you, corn. Yep, that's true. I also think there's a stigma still with some trade jobs where people just don't think that they want to pursue them. Yeah, Rob Cat. Most people probably do learn how to do it. Just like it's like, yeah, from their parents or from. Well, I learned how to solder from experience mostly, and just like this, good old YouTube. Years and years ago, I can't even remember how long it's been. We're gonna go straight for the clean now. Straight for the clean. Get that 99. Yeah. Because there's so much too that even I don't know about solder. It's like, well, I wish there was an expert that I could go, yeah, like what instance would it be better to use that tool or that type of solder, that makeup of solder, for example, or something. It's like everything, there's got to be a specific job where it would be better. And like, well, you know, if you had this type of solder right now for what you're attempting to do, that would actually be working better. There's just so much unknown and things that it's like kept secret. Like, you guys wanted me to teach you my secrets. What about the other secrets that I don't know yet? Right? Hey, dupes. Oh, man. Don't be too afraid of it. Well, don't underestimate it, but you gotta know your CRT a little bit. A lot of them have built-in bleeder resistors, and a lot of them don't. And so it's a whole different ball game. Well, Darth, actually, if you don't always have to flux up solder braid. If you buy really good solder braid that's already fluxed and it's the good quality, that's the thing. If you buy the good quality, the right one, which is like Chemtronics, it'll already be pre-loaded with flux, and it actually, just like the solder, you don't have to add flux to it. You just use it and it's already got it in there. It's a very nice. I'm going to be out of isopropyl before we get done with the main board. I know it. I'm going to have to use like the hardcore cleaner, electronics cleaner, the WD-40 branded stuff, which I hate to do, but got to do it sometimes. Tube and yoke secrets, right? Yeah, that's where the magic happens. Legendary videos by Pace, cool. Plus, you know, you learn so much from experience, right? It's easy to learn. It's easy to sit there and watch a video and you know stuff temporarily, I say. I mean, because I forget so many things. I mean, I've done so many videos. Sometimes I forget I've done a video on a topic when it comes to CRT repair, and then I'll look it up, like how to do something, and I'm like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. I've already made a video on it at some point in my life. But that's one of the things to do, is you do that so when you do forget it, you can go back and go, oh yeah, I watched this video of myself. And it'll tell me how to fix a problem. I got everything nice and cleaned up here. I'm just checking to make sure nothing's bridged. And it's good. Really good. Super clean. We're gonna go and hit this with throw this in the wind tunnel again. The wind tunnel, and we're gonna get it nice and dried off. And then plug it in. See, there's still some stuff up here in the front. Actually, I'll just go ahead and... Alright, it's a little blower action. Get this slightly cleaner. And then we go throw in the wind tunnel to get those leftover bits dried out. Right. So while we have that going on, I'm going to move this camera somewhere over here temporarily. I know, right? Do something like that, because I'm gonna actually sit here and probably clean this back area up a little bit. Yes, sir. It's your night, bro. Tonight is your night. Where are we at today? How are we doing out there? We are pushing 2 hours on a marathon. Gosh, we gotta keep going. We gotta keep going, folks. We gotta keep moving. All right. I think that should be good for our neck board. Here we go. Make sure nothing's in the wrong spot. And it's all good, baby. Cleaned up. And there we go. Let's reinstall it. It's just not quite lining up perfectly. In here. There we go. There we go, folks. We should be able to pop a power cable in here. Make sure that oh, give me a second. I got a visitor. All right. Sorry about that. Perfect stall, right? Make you wait. I got it. My son made it back home, so we're all good. Okay. Everybody see it? Let's do it. Right input. And there we go. There we go. Right. Guess you call it progress, but really it's not. The image doesn't look any different. At least not really. Wait, what? Do I see? Yeah, I still see. I thought for a second they went away. I thought for a second the red, green, and blue lines went away, but I didn't think so. I was like, that's not possible. There we go. All right. So, that board's done. That board is finished. Now we're going to have to take this all apart again. Oh, unplug. Because we're going to have to... It's going to be a while before we run out of test. Now that we're on the main board here. This is the cap kit we're working through. Right? You want to see that? There we go. A little bit of notes there. The best thing to do when you actually take this monitor apart is to try to pull this whole board in a bundle. There we go. We're going to disconnect that. We're going to disconnect over here. The deflection yoke, this one can be stiff. You know, some of these things It's like something's been in place for 25 years. It doesn't want to move easily. Okay. So many ground cables, looped up, and we gotta disconnect them from each other. They are not coming with us. Just move that back. There we have it. So we're gonna discharge now. Bleeder resistor, no discharge. There we have it. Now, the CRT is going to be a lot more front heavy now with only the tube holding it in place. So that's how you do it, though. That's the best way, is to get this whole bundle out, and then you can extract this primary board from this bundle correctly without damaging anything. All right, let's see. Thank you, Tukey. So this is daughter board. This is our primary board. And let's just go ahead and get things out of the way. So this is the neck board where it connects into the main board here and sent the data into the picture information to the neck board. And then we have the high voltage for the neck board coming off the flyback transformer back here, right here. And we will just be removing stuff. So I'm going to leave those cables attached to this neck board since I've already serviced it. And then we can remove, get you a little bit higher view, we can remove this input board next. And when we remove the input board, I'm also going to remove something else. Oh, and that would be this connection. The red cable connects over here, so don't forget that. That's where this one connects into. I'm going to remove this whole daughter board right here so I don't damage it while I'm servicing everything. Alright. See you later if he needs to go. Come back, Dell. Come back later. I'm just kidding. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be here hopefully a while, because I've still got to do the cap kit on this board after I get this out, and then clean it and put it back in, test it, and then clean the CRT and fix the shell and get it ready to adjust. So there's still quite a bit to do. There's our input board. Now I'm going to keep this bundled together, and my neck board, let me move them out of the way. And some of these other things don't need to be in the way either. And here we go. Now there are some screws holding this in place, so we don't want to forget those screws. And actually, I'm going to get us a bin to put all our screws in so that nothing happens to them. But we'll get these. Let me yeah, let me find it here. Let me get this board out after I get these, and that's a good intermission. You're right. Let's do it. Let's get these out, and then we're gonna go and check out Dell's package. Because then I can get this screwdriver out of the way. And there's three just in sequence along the top of the boards here that you just saw. And then there's generally one at the flyback. Oh, this flyback cage is already bent a little. But there's not one on this flyback. That's the missing screw. That's the screw that was tumbling around. Thank you for handling. They handled it all right. They manhandled it like they always do. All right. I don't know. It seems like it's coming out free. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Yes. We're good. Out of the way. Intermission, right? Let's check out Dell's gifts. Should be helpful. Because this is next, baby. There we go. What's going on there? It's bent up a little. Okay. So this is good. This has got bad caps in it. We know that. We know that because every time we've turned it on, it's given us a bad image. I'm just cleaning up a little bit, getting my junk out of the way so that I can open this gift. Oh no, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Look at that. Look at that one. Doesn't that just excite you? Oh, this one I'm doing. Dump in the trash. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Because I got friends in low places. I got friends in low places. And high places. And I consider Dell one of those high places. Friends. I don't want to dox anybody accidentally. And I don't want to mess anything up. Let me cut it off the screen. Ooh, look at there. I almost cut it. Ooh! Look at this. Folks, this is exciting. I've been looking for these suckers for a while, and Dell, you sweetheart, look what he's got. I know, it's great. There you go. check out Dell's channel. You should. If you haven't already, please do. And subscribe. Dell's going to come on and do some stuff with me. We're going to use these amazing 31 and 23, the two most popular CRTs for like arcade tubes. For my BK467 tube tester. And I believe this one right here should plug right in to example. This should go right on to the tube. You'd flip the neck board off. This would click onto the tube that's in my, I think it's the one that's in my CRT that's in the MVS machine I have, the Neo Geo 4 slot. And this is another also popular. Those are the two popular adapters. These look great. Great job. I don't know if you made these or if you just went out and bought them and did it, or if you put them together for me. But if you did, that's awesome. Thank you, Dell. Nice. This is going to be awesome. That's awesome. So the only I don't have to use I can use these instead of the generic one that takes forever that you click to each thing. So very much thank you, sir. You're too kind. That's such a nice thing. I needed it so bad. Now, yeah, they're handmade for sure. Everything in this zone, you know, these are, you got to remake things. Ah, awesome. Well, thank you very much. And thank Buffett, or Buffet, however he goes, or she goes by. So the ones, there's two, the reason we're seeing the red, green, and blue lines on the picture are specifically these two caps right here. They're bad. And they'll fail, and that's what causes that line to go out. This is it. These two. And then other ones that are part of this are going to be part of the vertical circuit. You know, probably these are bad. These four will get changed also. And a few more down in this area. This is all going to be taken out because these are bad. And that's what's caused this issue. So, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to remove those bad boys, the bad caps. And to do so, we're going to use the FR301. Man, everybody, we are on hour number 3. We have just passed over hour number 3. If you have been here the whole time, then you're crazy. You're crazier than I am, and I thank you and I love you. And if you're just joining and you haven't already, please do us a favor and hit that like button. Because the stream will either get stronger or weaker as time goes on. As time goes on, we will either end up with more viewers or less viewers. My cap kit list is right behind me. And there's one that I'm concerned to make sure I pick out the right one. It varies. This is the 16 volt 1000 version. Excellent. That is C522. So let's go ahead and get some caps out of here. Okay. Got my cap list. This board's bigger, a little bit more awkward to deal with. And sometimes we probably are going to need to add, oh man, a little fresh solder to some of these. Oh, look at that. That's not good. Okay, that is good. There we go. So we've got 16 volt 1000. We're getting all these up here. see. The problem though is I believe that my tip is just too big on this. This is a different size tip. It's a little bit larger. The tip on my FR301 now, and it's not wanting to cooperate. It's a little more difficult to use. $25,100, that's correct. All right. Yeah, this is bogus, man. My tip that was working earlier was the preferred tip. So I may have to take an intermission again and actually go find my other. I have a second FR301 with a better tip on it. My traveling one. I don't know. Maybe we can make it through this. Maybe we can make it through this. All right. I'm just don't want to show you guys something that's bad and do any damage, and I won't, but it makes it harder. Talk about using the right tools and the right job, and then you go do something like that, Steve. It's just I can't get it really that close to it. I have to keep it a distance. Tip touch. I'm getting pretty close to touching that tip. One's out. Everything's good so far, though. I mean, we haven't like done any bad thing, but it's $596 is on the list. $596 is on the list. So we gotta go over here, and sometimes you just gotta add a little love juice. A little love juice in there. Add you a little fresh love juice. And that's the horizontal pulse cap. That's the one we're removing right now, folks. Is a horizontal pulse cap. And Bobby, dang it, I told you. I told you 100 times, Bobby. You gotta hold that soldering iron still, son. Sometimes you gotta rip those teeth out, you know? Just rip them out. It's number 5. We're making headwinds. We're gonna remove this one, these two, and this one right now. And then this one too. I'm gonna remove that one. Let's get all those bad boys out of there. Oh, damn it, Bobby. you want to smoke cigarettes like a big man. Do I need to make you smoke another pack of cigarettes, son? No, I don't like it. I don't like this big fat tip, man. It's one of them bad ones. Look at that. You see that? There's electrolytic fluid that's come out of it, and right here. Scratch and sniff, baby. You want to know what it smells like? It smells like a gas station bathroom. What the hell do you think it smells like? Oh, stupid. You stupid dude. Come on. Give the people what they want. Yes, we have fresh soda. Problem's not so much like the tip as much as it's the fact there's just not enough solder used in the original installation on the caps, and it's almost like a guarantee you have to use more sometimes, and it's better to just be safe. This one's being a punk. That one's probably spent also. Go in here and try to clean that hole a little more. That's what we've done. I think this hole right here is pretty nasty too. There we go. So that's definitely at 584 was way bad. Ugh, way bad. Sorry. Which makes sense. That's part of vertical blanking circuit, and it's gone bad. Alright, I'm not going to play around anymore. I'm just going to go through here. I'm going to turn my soldering iron on, and I'm going to add this extra, especially to these small ones. Let's see. Alright, that's 4 that are coming, and this one's coming out. This one's coming out. And I know later on this one's coming out. 579's coming out. We're going to change a lot of these, but they are in some tight spots, so you don't want to slip up. So many caps. There's so many caps in this kit. So many on this board. Alright, that should be a good place to help. That should be good and helpful. Start extracting. Man, I still can't get that to come out beautifully like the other boards that I absolutely want it to be like gorgeous. It's a lot of finagling and goodness, come on. Don't give me that. Don't give me that crap. There we go. There we go. Want to come out? Thank you, little punk. You little punk. So there's 588, 50 volt 10. Gotta get this other one out. Stupid extra large tip, you know. There we go. $590, 50 volt 2.2. That's correct. It's quiet out there. What's going on? What's happening? It's almost too quiet. 1504. Is that on the list? It's got to be. There we go. Yeah. Some of these will not be populated on some boards and some. So if you look at the cap list and you're like missing one, or it's just not populated on your board, don't worry. Don't add it. Just keep it with what you got. Different build outs. I know, Ronnie. Thank you. We all good. $50 volt 10. Perfect. So this whole block up here is gone now. All the caps in this area. And let's see. Now we got to get these ones over in this portion of the board. Yes. See, this is... Well, this is what happens with this board. I always forget this board does this. It has like one... Like, you'll get one leg off super easy, like the positive one, and then the negative one is just such a pain. It's like holding on for dear life, and you have to keep using more and more and more and more flux, because you don't want to burn a spot on the board or not flux, solder, but it's completely normal to have to do it over and over and over again like that. Keep redoing it, because again, it's got too much heat dissipation like through the whole board. 25 volt 1000. Now let's get these other ones. There we go. 50 volt 100, perfect. Ooh, that was good. This one's tough. It's like got caps, surface mount caps, and resistors all around it on both sides of the board. That's why I don't recommend this to be done by just anybody. 15. Which one was that? $15, $18. Yep, exactly. And then there's these heat sinks that are actually attached to the grounds that are just sucking up a lot of that heat right next to it for the vertical circuits. All right. One more here. And this one and this one, these two for sure, since they're right next to the heat sink, are going. And there you go, like that's a good example, right next to a heat sink. And that's actually the wrong cap leg, I think. No, it's not. Oh, never mind. See, there's a... Sometimes you hit the wrong leg and you'll think you're... There we go. Another tight one. C5 77 on the list. 50 volt 10, perfect. Got this one right here too, right next up to that heatsink again, and that's what's absorbing so much heat is that. There we go. That leg ain't ready to fall yet. There we go. A little more. Cool. couple out this time before I flip it over. And of course, that's usually bad. That's usually when you screw something up. Let's make sure we're holding the right part. That was it. The other one's this one. Oh yeah, that one's loose too. There we go. Alright. Another one. Oh, I hate this one. This is one that doesn't like to come free. Five for one. C541. You have been chosen for extraction. Let's go. You just gotta take your time, man. Sorry, what? Could I what? Solder them in? I'm not sure. This is the best way I've found to get rid of these things. I don't think 581. If 581 is in the kit, then what else is in the kit? 581, and I've already resoldered that. Good. That's all these in this section, all these, this whole section is now removed down here too. It's not the right kind of capacitor. Now a lot of these we're not going to mess with again down in this area. There's not connected to the heat or to the circuits we're worried about. Let me see where we should move on now. So that's 20 capacitors, and then there are some down here that we're going to remove too. So we've gotten 20 out, and we're going to remove this one, this one, this one, and this one. So 24 in total on this kit. So I don't think we're going to need to change anything about our process. I think we can make it the rest of the way. Let me get this big. .509 out of here. There we go. .506. I know I'm using my FR301 as an iron and a desoldering tool. Isn't that amazing? 509. 506 is now gone. 506, 506, 506. There we go. Now we've got. Ooh, where's this one? I didn't even see that. 592. Right up here in the corner. For a second, I thought it was an inductor. Difficult. What'd I tell you? There we go. Excellent. 1, 2, 3. We've got one more to get. 534. And that one did just fall. Fell through something. It didn't come all the way. Okay. I was like, what's going on with this thing? I thought I heard it fall. There it is. 250 volt 22. Now let's fill those holes up. There we go. Hey Jake, thanks for coming in. Sorry you couldn't hang out, but you can come back to the stream later and see the epic conclusion of us fixing this fixing this PVM. Hopefully we'll get it. But that's all for this kit. Took about 30 minutes to pull those caps. 24, about 1 cap a minute. That's not too bad. Definitely not the best time. But we can jump right into the replacements now. As soon as I take some pictures. Thank you all for showing up today. Thank you for hanging out and just having a good little time. Just, you know, working on stuff. It makes things so much more fun. And I hope that kind of, if you're like on the fence about doing any kind of work like this, this will help you to decide whether, you know what, maybe I should just call Steve, try to figure out how to do this, either by letting him do it or by maybe training and getting some advice and getting myself able, or yourself able to do it. But I think that anytime you get to see kind of behind the curtain, you get to see these things actually being done, it's helpful. Because let's face it, there's a lot of gear I don't work on. Oh, Bud Belmont, you're sweetie. You're good. Thank you. Yeah, that Ronnie. That one has quite a lot of caps in it. All right, let's get this guy ready. So we'll just read down the list, and as we go, I'm gonna install the caps, and that's just how we're gonna do it. I'll get like a stack of, so these are 25 volt 100s right here, and I'm just gonna start filling those in some spots, like 206. 206 is one. else we got? 2507 is another one. Should be around here, right there. Thanks. Absolutely. And thank you, Belmont. Yeah, if you want to go see some more stuff, you can follow me on Twitter. I do post more there, more frequently than really anywhere else online. I don't use Facebook or Instagram anymore, even though Instagram is the #1, whatever. It's like TikTok, man. I'm just not into it as much, you know. I've never really been into TikTok, but I've just never. Those are the only two I can really work with. Is that and YouTube. And then, of course, the Discord server for patrons and Patreon itself. So that's actually 4 social media sites. And then, I don't know how some people do all of them by themselves. I imagine they have help. But for me, it's a lot to do all of them. And I think I do pretty well with just what we've got. Maybe this year we'll be able to expand into some other places on that. 1517. I'm looking through my cap list now for just some. That's it. For some places to put capacitors now. It's 1518. 25 volt 47. That's not it. This is what you end up doing is like, well, where is that capacitor go? 1517 right there. Okay. Is that, yep, that's it. Okay. This is the part they tell you that's the fun part, right? I'm just going to bend these legs over, and again I'm going to put in all the 25 volt 100s that I can find. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 so far. 586. That's not it. That's actually it. So there you go. That's all the 25 volt 100s I need. Yeah. Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah. This is where all this stuff goes. And I don't actually make. Oh my goodness, my wife's driving me crazy. Give me 1 second. All right, gotta love it. It's funny how I don't know. I don't want to start saying stuff. I don't want to start saying stuff I don't want to say. I just want to solder and bang on the drum all day. Oh, great, now I sent the wrong person a message. Oh, that's fun. Alright. Yeah, gotta love that. It doesn't matter, you know. I tell people, hey, I'm doing this. Just give me a little bit of time, unless it's a serious emergency. Serious emergency, just leave it be. Let everything go. Don't worry about it. Don't talk to me till I tell you it's okay. I'm gonna be on there for a long time, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nobody takes me seriously. Nobody takes it seriously, except for me. Again, I'm using all better caps as far as rating for temperature. It's all good. Gotta get this done, you know? I'm gonna be on here all night working on this thing in the danger zone. That's the plan. We want to be here all night, just soldering all day and all night. The longest solder session in the world. Now we're done with those 4, and we've got 20 more. Let's see, wait. These are 25 volt 47s. There's one of these, possibly 2. Just 1. Okay. And that is C1518. I believe it's that one. It is this one. Right over here. This is the one that has surface mount chips and capacitors on both sides around it. Like, it's surrounded, folks, and in and out. The sound's cutting in and out. Let me see. Well, sorry about that. If the sound is cutting in and out, that's no good. Let's see what's going on. All right, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, I think we're okay. At least the software is telling me we're okay. But if something's wrong, do not hesitate to let me know. That is how you do that. It's a tight little spot. No, if there's an issue, please definitely inform me. I know that a good portion of I mean, if I don't get told, I won't know. There's a report on here that tells me how this stream is going, but it doesn't tell me if I mean, it's hard to tell if there's an audio issue. All right, it's 14. That's that one. Now we can do 50 volt 100s, and we've got one. No, this one's a 50 volt 100. Number 579. And we're done with 579. And then that's it. That's only 50 volt 100. We just have one. How about 50 volt 220? And we gotta have at least one of those. 50 volt 220. Ooh, wait a second. Dadgummit, I didn't check this. I knew I pulled a 50 volt 220 out of here. 585, 595. Ooh, goodness gracious. All right. Well, it looks like I did, right? I should have checked. I knew it was going to happen. So there's a variation. Because is there even a 220 UF on this list? C595. There it is. Okay, good. Yeah. I was like, man, I know that there's one over here. That's the only one right there. We're going to put that big ugly one in there. There we go. Now we're getting places. 5. Look how big that one is. I think that'll give us a little bit better performance. It's about 3 times bigger than the old one. A lot more heat will run off on that thing. Let's see, we need a 16 volt 1000. 16 volt 1000 to go in this spot. Go. Wonder how many times the jazz playlist has gone through. It's about 3 hours of music, so we're about to probably repeat some tunes here. But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if the sounds and songs are different. Okay, so that's a couple more in place. This is our quadrant up here done. And that's a deflection zone right there. And now we need to get some of these other ones filled in. This is 1504, but that's a 50 volt 10. We can start grabbing those. 50 volt 10 will be one that we'll see a lot of. Multiple 50 volt 10s. One right there. And then go ahead and stack some more of these. Another 50 volt 10 will be 588 or 588. Those two are good. Okay. Let's see if we find any more. 588, 1504, 577. Did I find it? 577? Yes. Seven, 581. What's 581? Not that. 577 is the last. 50 volt 10. So that's another 3. I promise we're getting through this. You all are amazing. Anybody who's still out there hanging out, thank you. You're a legend. An absolute legend of the CRT ball game. This is like a live stream for a video game like that My Life in Gaming does when they do those long live streams. It's like that length. I can't believe it. Like a whole game. These guys do that every week. They're awesome. One. Tahoo. Whoops. Number 2. Ariel, welcome in. We're still going. Still going. I mean, still going. It is 4 hours we're coming up to. I've been able to do it. This is like the 60th live stream I've done this year in 2023, and it's by far the longest. Let's trim these legs. Man, we are moving and grooving. And my phone's buzzing. And my phone's buzzing. I'm going to set that there. I'm going to just set that right there as I go touch up with these welds. Oh my goodness. We're almost to 100 likes. That's awesome. Where is Zez? Zez isn't here yet. Zez is probably sleeping over there in Estonian time. We're almost to 100 likes, man. Awesome. Everybody, smash it. If you haven't, that's great. Gosh. It's been so quiet. I didn't think anybody was still here, but we are really still cooking. I'm just joking. All right. Now, let's do a little housekeeping. I'm going to go through my list, check off the ones I've changed out. Because I did all the 25s, did 206, did 507, did that one. Didn't do that one, no. And that one, yes. Yes. Okay, we're moving along. I don't know that some of these, that's actually the other board, okay. Alright, let's go with the 50 volts. Let's get these tiny 50 volts done. Got a couple of 0.47s to do and a 1. Those are in the same vicinity. So let's go ahead with these 0.47s. And these are the 50 volt 0.47s. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, my hair's, I'm surprised. Still wants to grow. Let me make sure I get this in the right spot before I blow it. 529. $5.29, man. This one's This is where it would be nice to have like tiny hands instead of these big fat fingers when you're trying to thread capacitor legs through the holes and tight spaces. Fat fingers, fatty fingers. There's 529. Let me check that off so I don't forget it. 047. I know I saw another 047. 506. 506, which is like over in this area, right? 506 down here. Let's get that one in, and then we can put 501 in, and then we'll be done with the 5047 and the 501s. Another thing is these legs will like bend and twist out on you sometimes. That's no fun. What? Well, that's a 50-volt one. 506. What are you doing in there? That's not right. Make sure this one ain't a 50-volt one. No, that one's right. Alright, well the 50-volt one goes over somewhere else. 523. We'll just go ahead and send that one into 523, and then we'll make sure we get the 47. So I guess a 1 must have fallen in my 47, my 047 pit. No, I actually grabbed a 1. That's why you got to sit here and always check yourself. You'll make a little mistake, and then the monitor will go. You're like, what did I do? All that from that little capacitor. All of that trouble, man, it's about drinking time. It's about time to crack the seal on a fresh bottle of bourbon for a Friday, isn't it? It's the weekend. Who's ready to party? Who's ready to party? All right, there we go. 506, 529, and 523. That's the 3 we just did. 506. $523. There's nobody else been here today, unfortunately. I should have told some people if they wanted to come over and hang out, but I didn't want to put any pressure on anybody. I know how it is right now. Holidays are, you know, busy. You know. I'm just grinding. All right, we're doing it. We're getting them in there. We got one more down here, which is the next section. Let's see. Okay, 100 volt 2.2, so we're going to upgrade. 2.2 goes in 590. Yep. So there's one. And then 541 is 0.47. So we're going to do that one. I don't know if there's any more. 4.7. 4.7. I don't even know if I'm telling you the right numbers here. But trust me, I know I have the right stuff in my hand. Sometimes I might just say it incorrectly. All right. We're just doing it one cap at a time. Well, two at a time, I guess, technically, right? You guys are awesome. Drop those likes. Remember that liking the show does help people to get notifications after the fact once we're done here. It'll also help your algorithm remind you to watch the rest if you missed something on it and you want to see how this all concludes, but you can't hang out for the next hour, because what I'm going to have to do next is just check my work first, and then we're going to clean this board, and then we'll reassemble this CRT and give her a test run. That one's good. So the one up here is the one we got to do next. I'm doing them one at a time. So this is what the marathons are like. It's like slow and steady. Pace yourself. Get through it. But it does take me longer to do it on a marathon on camera. Today it's taken me a little bit longer than normally. I'd say, what's 581? 581 is a 5047. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Moving along. Some lovely joints there. Lovely solder blobs. Lovely solder joints. Right in there. You got it, baby. We are cooking with gas now. So that is 547, 50, 47, 4.7. All the sevens. All right, let's see here. We've got, let's see, 541 done. And C, 590 done. Now we got to get some 160 volts. I need a 162.2 and a 164.7. There's a 7. You know what, I'm going up to, we're going to do this. We're going to go 250. I've got a 2.2 right here. We're going to go 250. We're going to upgrade that one, because those are the bad ones. Look how much smaller those are, though. Man, those are just so much smaller. So much smaller than the others that we were replacing. So 572, again, this is the vertical blanking cap. And 572 and 584. So 572 is on the inside of the heatsink. And it is going to be a 160 volt 4.7. We're going 252.2. Whoops, on the 584. And then we'll get both of these in place. Hey, thanks. Congratulations, Jimmy. Way to go. It's always great fixing something. I tell you, that's one of the things that people probably don't talk about enough, is just the sheer amount of joy and pride, in a good way, that you'll feel from fixing something that you weren't sure to begin with you really could fix. And once you do that and get it accomplished, wow, there's like, what's one of the best feelings? One of the best good feelings you can feel anymore, right? It's like scoring the winning touchdown or a winning goal or whatever. It's beating an opponent. An opponent is not working hardware. So I love to hear stories like that. So if you guys are working on stuff and getting it working or whatever, if you're having trouble, come and talk to us about it. Let us know what's going on. Maybe somebody can help you. It's always a good place to exchange ideas. All right. Got 2 left in the top quadrant. So we're I can't believe it. We're coming down the final stretch. Looks like we only got 5 more to install. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's it. Woo! Yes, yes, yes. Oh yeah. Southern Coast, if that's the Philco. Good. Sometimes that happens over time where buttons won't respond and you got to use just some cleaner. But you got to take the thing apart to get to the actual parts that need to be cleaned. All right. 250 volt 4.7. All right, so we've got, I know what this is going to take care of 2 of those caps. Then we got a couple other high-end ones. I'm going to go ahead and pull them out. Got those 2. This big boy. And here's what I'm doing. I'm just pulling these caps to the side. Getting them ready. Getting them ready right here. There's 3. I've got 2 more to find. 25 1000. Which we've got here. And one more. 160 volt. 100 volt 470. Ooh, that's a one. That's one that I don't know if I have a handy hot dog. That's 560. We've already established that. Let's see if we've got that 470. 220. Wow, I might not have that big one. interesting. All right, we'll have to see if I can find that, and let's install the rest of these 4, and we'll see if I can find that capacitor, a replacement. So that might be why I've gone one too many caps in this kit. I might have taken one out I wasn't supposed to, because it's normally a 23 cap kit. At least that's what it says on the paperwork here. So 534, 250/22. Come down here and get 534 down. Big fat legs on this one. Trim them. Trim them up. Reflow. Man, just a couple more. Just a couple more. You can see the light at the end. We're close. How about it? You guys help me get to 100 likes today. We're averaging 25 likes an hour. That is awesome. You guys rule. I know we got to be close. Somebody who's going to be that like 100th like? Who gets to say I'm the 100th? All right. Bragging rights for days. Now this is ridiculous. I'm gonna have to pull out my little solder wick, because if you look down here, there's actually not enough room in that hole right there. There we go. Beautiful now. Big old hole now. Oh. I don't have to give him any free stuff. I'm just kidding. Ariel, we do need to get that. I need to get that done with you, man. I'm so sorry. I've been so just swamped with garbage. This extra stuff that's slowed me down this winter. It's like every time with anything. So we're gonna get all that stuff done so that you can take care of all the merch. Because I don't even sell merch right now with the... I mean, there's something available, but it's not... Yeah, we got to get it all done just through you. This is some good stuff going. Here we go. Oh, we got well over 100 now. You guys are awesome. 105. I just checked. Swell. Good. I know we've been talking about some special stuff. I didn't want to do normal everything else. Aprons, right? Let's talk about it a little bit here. How about that? How about a specialty solder man, CRT solder repair man apron? Isn't that cool? Where you can stick tools in it. Going back. We're going old school there. Aren't we? Aprons are going to be cool. Alright, I'm trying to get this second to last capacitor in here. And then we're going to go on the hunt for 100 volts for 470 microfarads. Really? Only shows you 92? That's crazy. It shows me 105 on mine. I don't know. Maybe, like, YouTube doesn't think that... Maybe YouTube thinks that 13 of the likes are illegitimate. And it won't show it to you till it confirms 15 likes. Yeah. That would be good. All right. Time to hunt. Time to hunt in the big box of capacitors. I don't know if there's one in there. Let's see. All right, here's the tub that I have filled with other capacitors. We're looking for something big here. $250 volt, 25. Oh, see, I got more than I knew I had here. 50 volt, 330. 25, 2200. Gosh, I don't know if I have that big chungus. Well, said that will let us behind. I mean, that's not even in the kit, so we're gonna stick the old one back in. 'Cause it's not. I don't even know why I removed it, and I don't have it. And it's not affecting anything. It's a filter cap. Power filter off the H2 line. So there we go. Everything's in. There we go. Oh, somebody took it away, I guess. Or it's saying my like doesn't count. Sometimes it doesn't like my count. Doesn't let my like count. Since I'm not actually watching. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reflow solder here, which is the main, that's the flyback transformer. Okay? So we're going to solder. We're going to reflow the solder there also. But then it's just clean up and test. Clean up and test time. That's so great. Yeah, so the cool thing is like when you guys hit like, it does again help the show get pushed. That's really the only thing that helps the show that I've found to get like more help from the algorithm is from you guys watching, just watching it and actually clicking like. All right, there's that one's done. We're gonna do. We got another transformer and inductor that we're gonna go ahead and do. This one's gonna get it. This is like a potentiometer actually right here. Inductor coil. Anything that could vibrate. Should be one more transformer somewhere, right? At least. Yeah. It's up here. Sorry, we're going to do this one. There's a couple inductors right next to it that we're going to also flow. Because I have seen those go start to wear out and either vibrate, and I just don't want to do that. It makes some like high-pitched noise, like whee. Still FUD. This diode looks pretty sketchy. That's over there. All that. Right. Should be good. But just, you know, you get started and you don't ever want to stop because you want to keep flowing. All right, time to QC. And turn that off. Put that up, put that up. Time to quality control check everything. I want to make sure I didn't put a capacitor in backwards or a wrong capacitor in. So before I clean up, I'm going to check stuff and then we'll clean. And then we'll photograph everything. We're all good. Everything I see is correct. It's installed correctly, and we're all ready. And it's always smart to just check stuff. Just check it out. Make sure that... Because I've made mistakes. You can make mistakes. We all make mistakes. We just don't want to compound those mistakes. So I'm pretty much just going to be cleaning off, I guess, this end of the board more than anything that I actually put the solder on, which would have been this side that you see. It's facing down. And that way we won't spend too much time cleaning extra more than we need to. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Yes, yes, yes. Now the bottom edge. Whoa! Oh my goodness. My cable just, or my camera just obviously took a dive. Didn't it? I shook the table too hard. Killed it. Let's see. I might have just totally... Oh. I think I just totally smashed it. That's funny. It totally just took a nosedive. Thankfully, this was like the cheapest camera I had. That, let's see. Let's see if if it's done for. Yeah, I think I killed it. And it fell. Alright. Well, that's why you know it's a live show and things happen. Thankfully that didn't smack the CRT, you know? We'll see. Goodness. Alright. Oh well, I just put it all together backwards too. That's not gonna help. Let's see. If this doesn't bust, it's like the most durable. Oh, well, the light's not functioning. Well, I think I just killed the camera. That's messed up. Let me try to plug it out and plug it in. All right. We'll see. Let's see. Hey. You gotta love it. Look at that thing. It's tough as nails. It's tough as nails. All right. That's too funny. Well, that was exciting. Nothing like a little excitement. Especially when you've been just cleaning a circuit board. That's not exciting, so you gotta have something fun happen. All right. Too funny. Too funny. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like button, just like Rob Cat is asking. Help the show. Help the show survive another minute. All right. We're all good. Told you we're fine. We're gonna be good. We're gonna go through it. We'll make it. But we're going to have to go to the wind tunnel now to dry this bad boy off. So excuse me for 1 minute as I go throw this in the wind tunnel. All right. So, the good thing is we're getting close to done, even though I did just almost bust that camera. We're going to finish cleaning up. We're going to finish getting this thing back together. And then we're going to finally test it, make sure that we have gotten rid of all our issues, right? We got to get rid of those geometry problems. We got to get rid of those red, green, and blue line problems. So that's what we're working on. So we're going to get that, once it's through the wind tunnel, we're going to get that over here, back into place, and we'll get it cleaned up. So I'm going to take a little bathroom break. I'll go to the bathroom, check on that wind tunnel, and we're going to bring it back and install it. Let me get the screws, because we do need some screws. Okay. There you go. Definitely aren't going to be doing that, Ronnie. All right, let me grab that. All right, folks, I need to take some pictures of this bad boy, and then we're going to install it. All back in there. You want to come in, Cole? Come on. Cole wants to come back. He's finally ready to see if we are successfully able to fix this circuit board. Fix this circuit board. All right. Thank you all for hanging with me in this long, lengthy stream. Let's see if everything worked out or not. Let me brush off some of that dust. Don't want it to look bad in the pictures. Do we? Now we're going to prove the stream separated. That's a pretty good one. For a second there, I didn't get it. You know? For a second there, you went over my head. Okay. All right. Well, that's all good. Means we can piece everything back together. Get everything ready. I think that's good. Now what I really would like to do is blow this thing out just one more time with this guy. Right. It's finally time to piece it back together. Of course, we've got 4 screws to put in here. There's 3 short ones, and then there's one that should be going in into our flyback to hold it into place. That one's a little bit of a tricky one. It's down here. And this was the screw that was floating. There we go. That was the screw that was floating around. So it's like somebody had gone in and unscrewed that and pulled the board, forgot to put it back in all the way, or unscrewed it, lost the screw, and then I was like, oh, what am I doing? And that was it. I don't know. Got a couple more, let's see, screws. One right over here in the middle. Here we go. There we go. Look at all that. Perfect. 4 screws in this board. Good job, dupes. Look at that. You got the courage. The computer monitors can have a zap and arc. You got to watch those flybacks. They can be a bit tricky. They can actually burn out and arc and split more common, it seems like, than regular TVs. Get on out of here then. Come on. You gonna cry? Silly dog comes in here and wants to chew on his bone for 1 second and then wants to cry. Okay. Now, I want to repiece all this back together. Like this. Get some. We're gonna just do a little light cleaning on this shell, just to dust off any debris that might be sitting on here. That's what I'm doing right now. And then we're going to put this input board back in place. And then we'll put the neck board back. Excellent. So we'll slip that down in here. Yeah, that could be a lot of different things. But it's always good if it's something that you didn't pay a lot of money for, and it's something, you know, you can always use it as a learning experience too. Like I said, if you figured it out, if you figure out what's wrong with it and you get it working, it'll be an amazing accomplishment and make you feel like $1,000,000. But either way, that's the positive way to think about sometimes. Even if you can't get something completely fixed, getting experience inside a CRT and getting to, just getting to get comfortable with discharging is always fun. It's fun. It always sounds funny. Sorry, my 10-year-old brain. Okay. There we have all of that. And sit that one in there. Actually goes down there. And that's how we'll do it. We'll take all this back like this. I don't like these little clips because they've just worn out their welcome. You little clips. We'll have to put all that back together later. All the clips and everything. Once we get it all finished, that's when you worry about putting back all that other stuff. Alright. Here we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch this camera over. And that's going to be it. I'm going to actually use this camera. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to point this camera over here. Since I broke the other camera, we'll just do that, and we'll reinstall it. Because it's still the danger zone. Okay. Well, let's go for it, folks. Let's go for the reinstall. I'm going to blow some of the dust out of here. There's not really much. What we got to do is we got to put all these connection cables in it, too. Just watch, because this guy wants to be a little bit of a punk and not follow the exact path to greatness. Here we go. Oh, come on. All right. Cole, barking, being dumb, dumb dog. All right, there we go. So many plastic clips. We're getting there. We're almost there. A couple more ground cables. And why not? I don't like you when you do that. I don't like you at all when you do that. All right. Add a little grease. All right, what do you think? Is it going to work? Is it going to work? That's everything. Now we're going to give it the big testaroni. All right. Well, the moment is here. Woo! Here we go. Well, it's live TV. It's live TV, and guys, we're on 5 hours. We're up to 5 hours. That's how long this all has taken. So let's just hope I didn't do anything wrong, because I need a break. I need a little break. So that means I needed to do everything right. So I'm nervous. But I think we're good. I am still nervous, though. So as I clear up my work spot, get some stuff out of the way, just to give myself a break in case there is something wrong. I don't really want to think about it just yet. So sorry to make you wait another minute or two as I put up and clear off my workstation with items I won't need. But that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. So if you haven't already, go for it. Hit the like button. It might be the last opportunity. It might be your last chance. It might be your last opportunity of 2023 to click the like button. All right, that's enough. Let's see, everybody. Let's see how we did. All right, here we go. Everything's ready. Everything's plugged in. I hear it. Everything's coming on like it normally should. Gosh, I'm nervous. Oh, yes. Awesome. Let me show you why it is so awesome. It is awesome because everybody, there's no more red, green, blue lines, and our geometry started out perfectly. Red, green, and blue lines are gone. So if I go over here to this, no more retrace lines. Didn't even have to make an adjustment. The red, green, and blue lines are gone. They're out of there. Let's go to underscan. Let's go back here, and then now this is this video. I'll go to underscan, and they're up here. This is poorly adjusted, but they're up there where they're supposed to be. Awesome. Look at that underscan adjustment. Looks awful. Okay. Well, cool. Woohoo is right. Holy crap, that took a long time. Man, I thought I'd get done with more than one in 5 hours. Folks, I really appreciate your dedication. You're awesome, everybody. Everybody who's come in. I know, like, Tokidoki has been here since, like, the beginning. I think you for sure have. I know some people have come in and out. Ronnie S., you've been here too. Rob Cat, you guys have been here a long time. Let me see. Now, this is going to need some adjustment, obviously. But for now, it's right where it needs to be. Hardware is good. We'll let it run for a while. Let it run for probably an hour or two. Heat up all those caps. Make sure everything is good. And then you can go in and start considering it ready to be adjusted. It's going to get a slight calibration for things like focus. I'm going to do screen tilt. Going to do geometry. Going to do convergence, static, dynamic, as well as like corner convergence, and then aspect ratio for geometry. And then once all that's set, that's pretty much where I leave it. And I'll do some color checks because it's got to be at least within a certain tolerance for color, not spot on, but hey, it's here. This one doesn't, the color doesn't exactly seem right to me on this. Okay, cool. Everything's performing right. But yeah, that's a full day's work. Well, not a full day's work, maybe another hour or two. But that's how long these take, man. There's no like secret. Now I gotta clean it and do those adjustments and put it all back together. So yeah, you're looking at 5 plus another hour and a half, 6.5 hours. Now I could have done it in 5.5 hours if I wasn't streaming, maybe. But wow, kind of shows you how much work really goes into it. And then if this is one that had no problems, what if you have an issue that causes you to troubleshoot for an hour or two? It just adds more to the job. All right, but I'm happy. And the same thing was wrong with the big one. It's the exact same repair for that, the big one, but this one's pretty much on the downhill side of done. But I'm not going to start a second one because then I will be here till 10 p.m. and I'll be exhausted. So guys, thank you all. Hey, you all are awesome. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I had a lot of fun. I didn't get to do any streams very much this month in the last couple weeks. It's been a lot of fun to do this. And again, I will be working on some full-on episodes because those always do really much better on the channel. And get a lot of new viewers that way, and then they come in and they can come be a part of this show. And anyway, thank you everybody. I think this is one of the first times, aside from the 8-inch PVM, that we've done the full, like, every bit of restoration on the hardware to get it to this point. You didn't miss anything. Oh, Andre, thanks for being here. Anyway, everybody, thank you again for being here. Have a great, wonderful weekend, and Happy New Year to all of you, because I don't think I'll be streaming again before New Year's, but who knows? You never know what's going to happen, but keep an eye out on the channel. Oh, man, look at Koala dropping a $20 super chat at the end. Thank you so much, Koala. Ben, you're awesome. Mad Scientist does it again. We get it. We get another one fixed. That's what we're going to do. Happy New Year, everybody. And I'll see you in the next stream. Go follow on Twitter. And you guys be good to each other. Happy New Year's again. I just love doing this. Love getting to do it with you. And I will be at a basketball game tomorrow. JMU Dukes are going for a 13th win in basketball, 13-0. Hopefully we can do it. It's going to be a tough game. But I will be there. And until the next one, which I'm thinking next week we should be able to stream. No problem. No problem at all. Next week. See you next week. There it is. The bunker's back. Next week, 2024. First official episode. I'll have to have something special for you. More special than this. Look at Randy. You're awesome too, man. You guys are great. Trying to keep me from not leaving. You want me to start another one? You're tempting me. But I don't think I can do it. I really do appreciate Randy and Koala for the big super chats. And anybody else who gave. We had a couple super chats. It's awesome. It really does help. You all are awesome. And I'll see you in the next venture. The next CRT. I really am going to end the stream, though. 5 hours. You did it. We did it.